Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to today's live stream. Super glad that you're here this morning. If you're here for the first time, my name is Tyler, and I'm going to be helping navigate you through the wild world of day trading futures. Now, hopefully, you've traded futures before. If you haven't, well, we're going to teach you how to do it. And during the live streams, I'm going to be sharing my daily trading bias. I'm going to be giving you a front row seat to live trades that I take, along with a detailed explanation of what I'm thinking, why, how we got here, what I think it's going to do next, and all that good stuff. So buckle up. We're going to have some fun here this morning. Also, if you are using your personal account and you're thinking, well, I'm still learning and I would like to use, or I'd like to use a prop firm, well, you can use the code DTJ. I pinned that in the comments. You can use the code DTJ to get 80% off your next eval account with Apex. They just extended that 80% discount to March 4th. So you will have access to 80% discounts all the way up to that time using that code DTJ. You can find that down in the description as well. And with that, let's go ahead and open in prayer and get ready for the day. Father, we just honor you this morning. Thank you. Thank you for your kindness, for your goodness, for your faithfulness. Thank you for sustaining us, for drawing us to where we are today. Father, I pray for your favor. I pray for your blessing over each one that's a part of this stream. Lord, I pray for increase in every part of their lives, not just financially, but spiritually, emotionally, relationally. Father, I pray that you would bless them richly because you're a good Father. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, folks, good morning. Good morning, Ted, T, Wilhelm, MR, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Well, let's go ahead and get going, huh? What do you say? Ronnie, good morning. Let's take a look and see what we got going on, huh? Yesterday, I called out a trade. I shared it in the Discord, I believe, or I posted it. I think it was actually after. I don't think I was able to alert it because it happened so I wasn't ready for it. But I called out this trade right here where we ran the Asia highs. And I said if we ran Asia highs at 3 o'clock, that should be the high of day. And it ran it right around 3 o'clock, and it sold off the rest of the day. And that was not anything that I did. That was from ICT that I was able to decode some of his stuff, and it actually worked out really nicely. I was able to get a trade from that. We'll see if we get anything like that again today, but let's jump up to the daily time frame. Can somebody tell me what we got for news today? I have not looked. I have not double-checked. I've marked out our high, our daily high, and our daily low from the previous day. That's really what we're going to be keeping an eye on. And then above that, we have all-time highs. We got buy-side liquidity here. We got some buy-side liquidity here. So we have some buy-side liquidity. However, if you take a look at this candle right here from the 18th, that's Tuesday's candle, we wicked up into this small daily fair value gap or volume imbalance. So if we want to roll over and run down to this daily fair value gap, I think that is a real play. This whole area right here is our daily fair value gap that is untapped, unmitigated. And honestly, it's not too far away. And if I'm the market, everybody thinking we're bullish, I think this is more likely to happen than just a sprint higher from here. So I would like to see a move lower. We'll see. Let's see what we got on the 4-hour time frame. We do have a bearish breaker that I have marked out that's also at the Asia highs. We'll see that when we get down to the 5-minute time frame here. But we got low resistance liquidity right here. We have an untapped London low sitting right there. We have our previous day low sitting right here. We also have this 4-hour time frame that we still have not broken through. But we have used it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. So if we close below this at 10 a.m. when this 4-hour candle closes, I think that's going to tell us the direction price is going to go. So we could still see higher prices, but I think that 4-hour candle is really telling. Or that 4-hour fair value gap is really telling. All right, so if we look at the hourly, you're going to start seeing the formation of this bullish breaker right here. We have a high, low, higher high. We break lower, and then this is what I'm looking at right there. A bearish breaker potentially to the downside. We've swept liquidity here. We've left liquidity down here and here with a London low. That seems somewhat attractive. For the 30-minute, this would be a sweep of liquidity right here. This order block right here, if we sweep the Asia highs, this is Asia high right here, we would also be running into the breaker, and we'd be running into the body of the breaker for the most part. Here's the 15-minute. Here's our high, low, higher high, break lower. We came up almost to it. We almost came up to it, but we didn't quite touch it. So I'm watching to see how we react to this breaker. That's really what my focus is going to be on this morning. There's no real news, Ted. All right. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. As far as the opening range gap, the opening range gap is almost non-existent. It's sitting right here right now. So that's a sign of a potential choppy morning. We'll see if we expand higher or lower prior to 9:30. But it's looking like we won't do anything with the 9:30 model at all here this morning. Going from the 15-minute down to the lower time frames, I don't think is really necessary, to be honest. The 5-minute and the 1-minute is really where we're looking for executions, and we want to wait until the higher time frame hits the areas that we're interested in. We got low resistance liquidity right here. We got a breaker right here, a low, high, lower, low, but I like this one better. But we're gonna see what happens with price. I'm not seeing anything else that's really standing out to me. We got this 5-minute fair value gap right here that's been referenced several times. I shouldn't say several, but it's been referenced a number of times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. So if we are, I would say if we can get below this 5-minute, if we close below this 5-minute, I would be interested in lower prices as well. So if we miss the breaker for whatever reason, this would be another sign that we may see continuation lower, at least to the London lows, maybe the previous day low. But this is where all the juice is. This is where I see the opportunities down here. For me personally. So we got 6 minutes till the market opens. London has been referenced, or excuse me, Midnight Open has been referenced several times. We filled the opening range, new day opening gap is right here. Here's the low and here's the high. We did just sweep this liquidity right here. I'm not a fan of us dropping. I'm because of the small opening range gap, I could see us do some of this and then hit this and then maybe expand lower. So I'm going to be a little patient here this morning. I'm not going to be taking anything aggressive. I want to be patient. Good morning, PH. Looking back when I was doing my review of yesterday's price action, I wish I saw the 10 a.m. reversal. The 10 a.m. reversal was just amazing. And I can't believe I really didn't recognize it. Because my eyes were on the previous day low. I was so focused on that previous day low that I didn't consider that we could have a fake break day. And we had a fake break day where we didn't run the high or the low. And because of that, I missed the 10 a.m. reversal, which was fantastic. I mean, we had a 5-minute inversion. We had the retest of that 5-minute. It was a great trade. It would have been a fantastic trade to be a part of. Alkai, good morning. There's a breaker right here. Right there. Looks like we're going to have a really small opening range gap. If you guys are appreciating the commentary and the higher time frame analysis, hit the like button for me. Do it. Do it. And while you do that, I'm going to taste my coffee. I haven't tried it yet. Yesterday I burned my tongue. I can still feel it on my tongue. I burned it yesterday because it was so hot. Not nearly as hot. It's good. Felipe, good morning. So, yeah, this is really, this is not where the opening range gap is sitting. The opening range gap right now is going to be somewhere around there. That's so small. That's a sit on your hands type opening. So I drink, I drink lattes. I have a, what do you call it? An espresso machine? Yeah, I have an espresso machine that I make my own lattes. It was just way cheaper than going to Starbucks, going to Scooters, which is a local place here. Death wish for drinking coffee? No. I think there's benefits to it if you overdo it. I typically, the biggest side effect that I've seen is headaches if I don't drink water. And right next to my coffee is water. So I drink water, lots of water. All right, so it's going to be a tiny opening range gap. So we're going to be missing the 930 trade. We won't be taking the 930 money. We won't be doing anything with it. Got it. It's the brand. Never heard of it. Let's see what we do on this candle here. Yeah, opening range gap is tiny. We're not going to do anything with it. We're just going to go ahead and mark our 930. price. That's where 930's at. All right, we got 930. Asia high and this breaker are too close for me to want to short without it. So if we don't tag it, I'm gonna miss my analysis, and I'll wait. We got a 5-minute down here. We got London lows down here. The only way that I see that we could skip this is if we go like this, run London lows, and then we are still bullish for all-time highs. But because we had no opening range gap, I'm going to guess we're going to do some of this for a little bit. We're also at the new day opening gap sitting right here. We're in between the weekly new week opening gap sitting here and here. Super strong, huh? Yeah, I'm not a... Like, I don't drink black coffee at all. Black coffee, I think it's nasty. I like a hint of the coffee flavor with sugar, basically. With vanilla sugar. That's what I like. Oh. Well, we have this candle right here that swept liquidity right here. It didn't hit my 15-minute level. It didn't sweep my Asia highs. It did tag the previous week high. Which is sitting right here. And we never tapped the previous month's low. This wick candle right here. I like that little space right here. I like this. I like that as a draw on liquidity. It's untapped. It's unfilled. This would be our breaker if we're going to run lower from right here. I might have anchored on the wrong low. I grabbed the low from this push higher. So I'm not going to chase this. Here's our first presented fair value gap. We swept minor buy side inside this 5-minute as well. Minor buy side has been swept here. So we could push higher right here up to the Asia highs in the breaker. Or we could continue dropping. It's 50-50 for me right now. Ben James, so you're doing index trading. Yes, I am. How is it as an American always having the Europeans messing with the American stocks before 1500? You guys always do some unexpected things after 3 p.m. Yeah, I mean, I have no control over that. I'll tell you that much. Done for the day, my friend. Wicked you out at 9:31. Ah, that sucks. Otherwise, would have been a better. It looked like a great trade. Let's see how it reacts to this. See if we break through it. To be honest, I think that we could just push right back up here. I'm not interested in going short right there. I just don't feel good about it. I'd almost want to go long, to be honest. But I think that's speculation, me deciding whether it goes higher or lower. So I'm not going to do anything. This also could be a breaker right there. Got your high, low, higher, high. Yeah, 9:30. That looks nice. Could go lower here. I'm having a problem with just having highs and lows both still intact. I want one of them to be tagged. That sounds fun. I like playing games. The boys want me to play Catan. I want to get the expanded version so that we can do a little more stuff than just the regular Catan. Ben James, yeah, I'm not a fan of his investing advice. I looked into it, and I would meet with these stockbrokers or these financial advisors. I think they're a joke. I think all financial advisors are a freaking joke. They don't know anything they're doing with your money. All they do is give it to a money manager, and they manage the money. Their job is to get sales and get more people in. I'm not like, no, I'll manage my own money. I like this order block right here. And if we close above this, that's not a bad try for a long. I might have some tight risk. I like that idea. To see if we can run it here.
Order submitted.
All right, we're going to take a long right here and see what happens. I'm gonna move my stop to break even.
Order canceled.
All right, got stopped out there at break even, which I'm fine with. Probably a good stop out there, huh? Would not want to be in that drawdown. That's some aggressive candles there, right there. Let's see what it wants to do here. No breaker here, but we do, I mean, it is an explosive move lower for sure. I thought that was a decent shot, that inversion to the upside. I thought that was a decent trade. We took liquidity. I wanted to see a higher stab. I thought that we might do more of like seek and destroy type things where we go up and down. So I thought it was decent. I'm glad I moved my stop to break even after I hit 10 handles. Basically no loss there. It's one of the reasons why I like moving my stop to break even a lot. What do we got? The 15-minute candle's closed. Let's take a look at the 15-minute. 15-minute has closed beneath this 15-minute fair value gap right here, so that's a sign. I wouldn't mind if we are going to see lower prices. I don't know. I don't know yet. I need more information. More information I need. We did have this candle come back up into this level here, which was a low, high, low, higher, high breaker. It came back up to it, to the tick. That candle right here, you'll see that when we drop down to the 1 minute. See that little wick right there? This candle wicked up into it. Basically to the money. 1 tick higher, I think. Yeah, 25 cents more. And then push lower to London lows. So we've grabbed London lows at this point. We still got 10 minutes or so till 10 o'clock. Let's see if we want to run London low or the previous day low here. If we don't run this, I may think we want to run the high, but we're really close. So I'm not gonna disregard it here. 5 minute, we have not closed below the 5 minute yet. This 5 minute, Bissy, we haven't closed below it yet. This candle closes in 50 seconds. That will tell us. I mean, high likelihood we're going to close below it. So, a lot of overlapping on this 5 minute that I just don't like. And not all the time are you going to be able to determine your bias, right? Your bias can form as price plays out, right? It starts giving you more information. For example, if we ran the Asia highs right here and this breaker, I would have been all in for a short. But we didn't. So this whole thing right here, I'm not being a part of, because it didn't hit a level that I really wanted it to hit. That's the name of the game. Wow, I turned off the heater because it's loud, and I'm assuming you guys can hear all of that loud noise, but it's still really cold out. In my office, 3 sides of my office walls are exposed to the outside. So I'm like on a island in my office here, and it's cold. So I have to have my heater on. Sorry. There's our previous day low, and let's see if we want to run down here. I mean, these are all the targets that I wanted here this morning, guys. It's slightly disappointing, but that's how it works sometimes. We'll wait till 10 o'clock, most likely. I want to see where the 4-hour candle is. See if it gives us any clues here. All right, so there's the rest of that volume, that unmitigated candle from the weekly. We just tagged it right there. And we swept several days, multiple days of liquidity in this candle. Ah, man. if it could have just reached a hair bit higher, I would have done everything but full ported. I mean, that's the truth. Son of a gun. We're reaching down for the daily fair value gap right here. Honestly, at this point, the only thing I can ask for is a retracement before we hit it, and then participate in it there. But I doubt that's going to happen considering how close we are. Ah. There's a tag. Now, we could just go long right here. How many of you ever tried that before? I'm not doing it, but let's just see what would happen. Can we get up to the top of this candle? 34 handles. 34 points. I'm not in this, but it's something I always keep an eye on when we hit a big level like that for the first time. I'm curious to see if we get that type of retracement. And then more than likely, I could see us just doing some of this stuff in this daily fair value gap. All the time, Matt. Do you try that? Yeah. I mean, there's a good probability we'll do it. It's somewhat speculating that we're gonna run up that much, you know. Yeah, I answered that. I talk about this a lot, Ben James. I talk about this a lot. I don't think it's gambling if you're clicking the button. If you're following a set of rules, it's not gambling at all. And I'll tell you my perspective of because I struggled with this at the beginning on should I day trade, should I not day trade, and I struggled with that. And as a believer, as a Christian, I wanted my life to count for something and to have, eternal impact. And to be honest, is trading having eternal impact on anybody? No. The truth is no. Looks like we're going to drop here. But my perspective is this, that you need to have a higher purpose beyond trading. And trading is the vehicle to get you there. Trading is the vehicle to take you to where you believe the Lord wants you to go. And for me, that vehicle is I want to help believers become financially free. I want to help Christians get out of the chains of employment, being chained to whatever the employer tells you to do, you have to do, to pursuing the dreams that are on your heart. And financial freedom is a huge part of that. That's what Dave Ramsey does. He wants people to become financially free. I just don't want people to stick at their jobs for 40 years. I think when Adam and Eve sinned, They stepped outside of the role of the calling of God on their life, ended up, instead of just continuing to name animals, take care of the garden, they then had to toil to make food. And that's what most people do. They work day in, day out just to make ends meet. And I felt the Lord say, I want you to help the body of Christ become financially free. So the first step in that was me going on this journey of day trading myself. And where I'm currently sitting at right now is I'm profitable. I have not replaced my personal income yet. I had a high personal income. I'm a realtor, and my average annual income was about $150,000 to $250,000. So I haven't replaced that. I haven't come close to replacing that. But I'm covering my mortgage, I'm covering other bills in my house as I continue to exercise discipline. Now, the process and the journey of day trading, guys, we're sitting here just waiting for something to signal that I can take a trade. There's nothing here that, unless you want to speculate and you want to click the short button, just go short, you can do that. I'm not going to do that. Okay? But the reason why I'm not going to do that is because of the lessons that we can learn, that are biblical lessons that we can learn through our day trading journey. I've learned so many and have applied so many biblical truths to my trading that it's not even funny. It's not even funny how much you can learn, that how much scripture you can apply to your life through trading. And one of those is, are you going to chase? Are you going to run after wealth? Are you going to run after more? Or are you going to be patient and wait for the chart to come to you? Wait for price to come to you to where you want. Like I said, I wanted price to come up here. It didn't do it. It ran without me. Now I have to deal with the emotions of missing out on something. Or am I going to be content and believe and trust that the Lord's my provider and He'll provide for all my needs? As in, there'll be another trade. That's something that I have to exercise in this. So there is so much you can learn as a trader in regards to your relationship with the Lord if you're willing to go down that journey. And it's not an easy one, because it requires you to evaluate your flaws. It requires you to evaluate what you truly believe. It requires you not to ignore things that you want to ignore. If you have a loss, let's say I went long here, like I did. I went long way up here. And let's say I didn't close the trade when I was supposed to, and I let it play out thinking that it was going to go back up. And then I had a giant loser. Well, then I would really need to evaluate myself. Why didn't I do that? What was I thinking? How was I feeling? What was my thought process in that? Was I really being greedy? Was I afraid of being wrong and I really just wanted to be right? You have to evaluate the hard things that just hurt. And losing hurts. Having losses hurts. Being wrong hurts. Especially when there's money on the line. And you have to evaluate yourself and see, what parts of me did I allow to just manipulate me and my feelings to not follow what I know I'm supposed to do? Right? I wasn't going to move my stop loss from 10 handles to 20 handles, but 100% I'm going to try to move it to break even as quickly as I can. And I'm grateful that I did. I followed my rules. I didn't like how price was being lethargic, and I'm like, you know what? It's probably a safe bet to move here. Yes, I could get stopped out. Yes, it may just stop me out and then move to my target, but that's okay. Because it wasn't about the money. It was about following my rules and doing what I felt was right. And if I didn't make any money because of it, I didn't make. I lost because I didn't close my trade at 10 handles. I lost $1,000. of potential profit. That's just the cost of it. Was I greedy and be like, oh man, I missed that $1,000. Now I need to get it back by chasing all of this price action lower? No, I'm not going to do that, because I know what it results in. It results in me losing lots of money. All right, so 15-minute. Let's jump up to the 4-hour here. The 4-hour candle, obviously, I said in our higher time frame analysis that if we close below this 4-hour, I think it gives away the ghost. The ghost is given, meaning we know what direction it wants to run. Okay? So we can confidently say, I can confidently say that we're probably not seeing London high, not seeing previous day high, and we're not seeing all-time highs today. More than likely, we're going to retrace to one of these levels here, and then we'll probably continue lower on the hourly. And we'll probably mess around and hang out inside this fair value gap most of the day. So my job is to find an opportunity where it may want to run lower, or try to play the retracement if we can. Looking at the daily or the hourly, this is the hourly candle supporting price currently. We fill all this, that the 15-minute. Did we get, we came all the way down into this 15-minute as well. Five-minute, there's nothing else. Oh, 5 minutes, there's nothing else here. So it's either this first fair value gap from yesterday or from the 13th. That's what it looks like that we could run into. Here's our 5-minute. So when we're looking at our 5-minute candle, the daily time frame is my primary target. So on a 5-minute time frame, this candle is the one that, yeah, we're not going long. That's just insane. I can't do that. Forget what I was just saying. That just seems a little far-fetched. Right now, it would be this level here. Here's our order block. Let's see if we want to come up to that order block and respect it. And then if we are seeing aggressive price action, the only opportunity, I'm really not interested in this either. Is this in potential inversion to the downside, which I'm not interested in that because we hit a 15-minute fair value gap. Honestly, I see us doing this a little bit higher. I think that's what I'll be interested in. If we can get a retracement and we can give us an inversion right somewhere there and we break to move higher, I probably would be interested in that. But I'm not interested in that because that goes against my bias that I'm changing, that we are going to see lower prices. I still need more structure here. That's the truth. I think we could retrace. Here we go. Let's look at this here. From our high to our low, our target for our midpoint is sitting right here, sitting at $22,082. So I'm willing to take a long up to that level. It's also right above a liquidity point, which is in the form of these wicks right here. So if we can get an inversion to the upside, I would be interested in taking that. It would be a smaller play because it's going against our bias, but I think that's our best opportunity right now. That's not trying to trade lower when we've hit key levels here. We've an hourly, a 15-minute, and we're inside the daily. But I mean, if you think that we're still bearish and we close, your entry point is a close below this. My concern is that it does one of these fake outs, finds support in the 15-minute, and it moves higher again. I would, if I'm going to go lower, if I'm going to go short, I want to wait for some more structure, and then maybe around 11 o'clock, see if it wants to run. For my small account challenge, I'm only allowed one trade on my small account challenge per day. So if I have to wait for an A+ for the setup that just is screaming my name, nothing here is screaming my name. Great answer, Ben James. I'm learning more through trading in 3 months than in 2 years of real life. That's the truth. It teaches patience, rationality, being logical yet humble, and not being greedy. Oh yeah, it applies in so many. And also, discipline outside of trading will also benefit you inside of trading. If you're not disciplined in other areas of your life, it's very hard to be disciplined in trading. I have found that. I have become way more consistent in my health journey of just being active and working out than I have ever since I graduated high school, basically. And that was a long time ago. I want to get some tunes here. See how we're respecting the discount portion? All the bodies are in the premium portion of that fair value gap. Maybe if I turn this on, but put it a little further away. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. $10 a.m. made a low right here. Ah, man, we really could just see a continuation to the downside. It'd be nice. It'd be nice. If I'm going to take a trade to the downside sooner, if we break below this inversion, I would be moving my stop really quickly. I don't know if I want to do that, though. I'm liking the way that looks. I'm gonna get rid of this hourly fair value gap, guys. It's bothering me. And quite frankly, I might even move this daily. We know where we're at here. Check the 5-minute here. 5-minute. 15-minute. Yeah, after this 15-minute closes, we may reach higher up above this wick high. I could see that. We have a 3-minute right here that if this candle closes aggressively, that's an option. Because we're obviously going to close well above this fair value gap for that long. I just don't think I could have taken that. If I'm really trying to just do one trade per day, and I'm looking for that trade that, you know, is calling my name, it looks good, but just not quite. It would be better if you could get down into here and take that long from here. But, I mean, it honestly makes more sense to go long than it does to go short right now. Because we hit the daily, an hourly, and a 15-minute. The 3 minutes going to close. Oh, yeah. 3 minutes not going to give us an opportunity here either. The hardest part about trading is realizing that it's okay and you're not going to be a part of every move. Every nice move, even. Like, this looks nice. It didn't look nice down here. It obviously looks nice now. But we're not going to be a part of everything. Now, what you can do is you can go back and analyze and say, oh, look, it respected the premium portion of this fair value gap. All the bodies closed above it. Maybe that I should take note of that signature and price more often. So when we do get an inversion, I can use that as a potential overlapping confluence to go long. This is the target right here. Equilibrium of the range. And if we get here, we could honestly see a reversal from this point. The 15-minute just came up into its 15-minute newly created fair value gap from that high to this low. Still got a lot of time on the hourly candle. On the 30-minute candle. 15-minute. Yeah, there's the tag of our equilibrium level. That would have been the target. You can see that nice little sweep right there. That sucks. That was really nice. That was really nice. Hindsight's 2020. I would be journaling this, and I would be marking some of these things that I'm seeing here, so that next time I feel more confident in taking a trade like that, because I didn't feel confident. But the more we're watching this play out, the more that looks like that was the trade. You know what I'm saying? You just miss some of those. I mean, this was more desirable than any of this. It sucks that we missed it. Watching the previous day low to see how we react when we get there. Honestly, it did exactly what I called out this morning, us to run down into this fair value gap. It didn't give me what I wanted. That sucks. This could be a long right here. It's not a tested long for me, so I won't be taking it. When we get these small retracements and we have the next candle explode above it, and we have a long ways to go potentially, these can be an entry point with your stop being right below the order block. I'm going to see if price wants to come back down to about here at some point and kind of act as a breaker. I don't necessarily like that either. Let's see what we got here. I take that back. I don't want to go long. I like this. If we can see price come through this, I'll look at taking a short here. Target would be this 5-minute fair value gap. All right, I'm going to go short right there. If it pushes through it, it's going to stop me out, and I will call it a day. See if it rolls over right here. It's not looking good, folks. All right, stopped out. This is gonna roll over to my side. It's disappointing. Want to see how this plays out here. If we roll over, the lesson that I have to take away from this is I should have been more patient. Instead of taking it right when we come into here, letting some time and space happen. Maybe something like this where we come down and then up, leaving that space like right here. But also, maybe I needed to wait for a higher high, high, low, higher high, and then use that as my entry right there. It's at 10:30 right now, so we'll wait probably another 15 minutes to see if we get anything here. But I took that same trade on my small account challenge and got stopped out, so my small account challenge is done. 10 handle stop loss for that. So I had a loss for today on that account. I liked it. I mean, if I'm analyzing my trade, the only thing that I could say is that I knew we may be going against the trend of it moving higher, and thought that, all right, we hit equilibrium, we hit the previous month high, we're also coming up to that volume imbalance or that unmitigated portion on the weekly. If we start seeing displacement to the downside, we may see it reach for the 5-minute and rebalance that 5-minute. Because if you look at the 5-minute time frame, we have this 5-minute fair value gap sitting right here. And many times you'll see price come back down, tag this level, and then move higher. So I was wanting to see if we could play that move right there. Was it the best setup? Hindsight's 2020. We are also in this 15-minute fair value gap. I thought, I don't know. I'm okay with taking the trade. Was there a better opportunity? This one was obviously a better opportunity. I mean, it worked out, played out. You just shorted right now? Roberto? For those of you that use Apex, Apex just extended their 80% off sale till till March 4th. So if you want to use the code DTJ and get 80% off, you can find that down in the description. I also tagged it on the chat. Well, I hope it works out, Roberto. I still like a move lower, to be honest. I really do. It was an hourly fair value gap from Thursday that was working as resistance to the upside. Was waiting to reverse and use it on the other side. Yeah. I may try this one more time. Keep it tight, 10 handle stop loss. We need to see it come and do something like this. Really want to see it roll over here. Not liking that. Come on. Probably gonna get me. That might be 2 in a row. I'll be done for the day. All right, I'm going to be done for the day, folks. That's 2 in a row. I'm not going to risk anymore. That sucks. If it's gonna run. If it's gonna drop now. Lesson for me is don't take the sharp drop. Treat this as the breaker. I should have seen this as the breaker. And then take that entry possibly here. You could use that as a breaker as well. That's kind of what I went off of. And then appropriate risk size and give yourself a 15 handle stop loss. Even if this goes, I'm done. I closed all my accounts. They're closed. Oops. We were just wrong today. I want to see what happens at 10:45. See if we consolidate till 10:45 and then see an expansion. Yeah, I mean, usually the answer, Roberto, is if I had to go back and analyze my trade, I'd say many of the times it's patience. The only reason I'm thinking if I would have waited till 10:45 is we're inside the macro time. I just want to see if I was right. Yeah. No, I totally get that. Most of when I do all my back testing, I would say out of the breakers that I take, the ones that work and don't fail, and I actually have the right direction, I would say a majority of them won't get stopped out with 10 to 15 handles. So that's why I keep my stop loss at 10, sometimes 15 handles. But when I look back at what could I have done differently, it usually is patience, letting for the trade to play out a little bit more. So we're almost inside the macro, and my guess, if I was to guess on how something's going to work, it's going to look like this. Break, tap, drop. Here's 1045. I'm pretty sure I got wicked out by a tick on this trade right here. That's what I wanted right there. That was going to be my exit. Nice call. I like that. Those are great areas of taking profit as well. Midpoint of a previous move, of a previous leg. Let's take a look at that hourly. You know what? To be honest, I missed that hourly. Even when I was doing my analysis on finding all my fair value gaps, I didn't see that one. Not only did it respect that hourly, but it also came up into that low right there. Which was sell side liquidity. It did it the first time right here. Came back and dug a little bit deeper. These moves are these ones are probably the worst. The worst when you have a loss but you had it right and you get stopped out. Those suck. Those you really have to be able to master and not allow revenge trading to take place. Man. The best thing I can do is walk away. And that's what I'm going to do here shortly. I want to wait and see what happens by 10 o'clock to see if we run the lows. But we missed our 2 trades. That inversion long right here. I was just early on the breaker to the downside. Waiting, I think, for... Man, even when we push up into this, if we don't get... Excuse me, let me get my... Even if we, looking at this here, looking back at my trades and doing my, just evaluating my losers, because that's what we talked about earlier, is evaluate your losses, dig into them. What could you have done differently? Did you allow your emotions to get in? I think I was just too fast. It clicked for me. It became very clear that we were going to do this right when we started rejecting this level. And I immediately looked left and I saw this here. and wanted to see this as my breaker. Now, there are sometimes, typically what I prefer to do, but I don't always do that, is allow space to form below the breaker and then come back up to it, as you can see right here. So we have our high, low, higher high. We break lower, and what do we have? We have space right here. There's space. So it comes back up into it, and then this would be the entry. And you can see, we see the displacement there. So if I'm seeing the displacement here, and the immediate next candle goes right back up into it, I need to be more patient. I need to let the trade come lower, give me the market structure shift. This was a market structure shift, but this also was one. And if this was also my breaker, I should have seen more displacement here and then price come back up into this level right here. But we didn't. We closed below it and immediately pushed back up into what I wanted and was identifying as the breaker. When I went short here because we were inside this breaker. I don't regret taking that entry here because that's really, I would have taken it either here or at the close. But it allowed space to take place. And then this would have been the entry because there was space. I need to allow more space, which in shorter terms is more patience. More patience to let the play run away, come back up to my level, and then take it. Let's look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute hit nothing clear on the 5 minute that stands out to me. What about the 2 minute? The 2 minute, we could have used this as a high, low, higher high, and we wait for the close below, which was right here. And that would have been your entry. Here's a model 22, high, low, higher high, market structure shift, fair value gap. That's a model 2022. The 3 minute looks the best. High, low, higher high. We get our close below. The next candle wicks up into the breaker. And then sells off. And I'm only evaluating breakers right now because that's what I trade. I trade breakers. And so I want to refine my breakers. Bangkok Burn, I'm glad you're enjoying it, my friend. Roberto, did you take the one yesterday? ICT, I guess we could just call it the secret model. That sounds very Sounds very like clickbaity. Yeah, I ended up taking it. It worked out nice. But, I mean, I had 2 losses, folks. I'm not going to take another trade. I have to have the discipline to be able to sit in that loss and look for another opportunity the next day. Roberto, this is our opportunity to take a, this is our opportunity, my opportunity to see if that analysis that you've been tracking is working out. Yeah, I took 2 losses, Ted. Got stopped out here and then got wicked out right here for that move lower. I was trying to get this move. Yeah, the breaker, it was a little sloppy, but it came back up to this one right here. I'm cautious because we made a low at the top of the hour. 10:59. I'd want to see if it could get above this breaker and come back down and tap it for a move higher. We swept liquidity right here. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna run this low. And if we're not gonna run this low at the top of an hour at 11 o'clock, like we should have right here, right around here, if it doesn't happen in the next 7 minutes, then I think this low is set for right now, and we could just mess around in here. Let me take that back. Not that the low is set, but that they're saving it for a later time. So it would look more like this. Maybe get a little breaker, come back up here, not run the high, and move lower. Something like that. What's up, bud? No, not yet. I'll come out when I'm done. I like this order block potentially right here. This bullish order block. Move higher down to the order block and breaker. And maybe a little move higher. Obviously, I'm done for the day. I won't be taking anything. I'm just reading price action. See, look at these two candles right here. This candle right here, 10:01. This candle right here, 10:59. So we made swing lows at the hour. This, when I see that, it's really hard for me to think that we're immediately going to run lower following a swing low at the top of the hour. I mean, look at all these examples just from today. Okay? Top of the hour. This is at 6:57. We don't run higher immediately following it. We run higher when? At 7:59, 8 o'clock. We run higher and we sweep that liquidity. Here's a swing high right here. Look what time that is at. It's at 5:08. This one right here is at 5:03. Sure, but it was part of the push higher, retracement, push higher. A high is made within that macro. Yeah, you got two of them, so you have two opportunities. But after that high is put in, we don't run that high again. This is an example of one where we make a low and we immediately follow it. But the difference is we have all of this price leg for a move lower. On this example here, we've already put in a relative, we put in a low already. And then this low that we create, there's not much more room here. There's not much more before we make a new low of day. So when I see this and this, I start thinking, we might go the other way. And there was our breaker entry right there. That would have been your breaker entry that we marked out. Right inside that fair value gap. That would be your long. Now, if you do one standard deviation of this move right here, that makes your target right at this original breaker that I tried to take the short on. So this would be your target. Another target, if you wanted, would be this. It would be this price leg. So target, your equilibrium point is right here. So not much of a move. So you would probably want to move your stop to break even, knowing that we're past this point and we could reverse. But this looks nice. Maybe I should have just waited all together and not taken anything here. Price action, I mean, this really looks like fantastic price action. I'm just extremely annoyed that I got wicked out. Because if I didn't, I would be able to take this trade. But because I had 2 losses, I can't. I can't. This is beautiful. Ah. If you're not seeing the internal turmoil I'm having right now, I am having it. I like also where this one standard deviation is right here. Look. Oh my gosh, I hate when I do that. Look where this internal, look where this one standard deviation is. Let me get really close. It's sitting right at this swing high. Right there. I'm curious if we're going to get up there or not. Yes, I know there's always tomorrow, but it's the fact that I had opportunities today. I had them correct. I got stopped out. Just small mismanagement of my trade and patience that create that internal frustration. I 10,000% would have taken this trade. 10,000%. It just I mean, I marked this out as soon as we had this candle right here. You guys saw that. Because I'm like, man, we just put in a swing low at the top of the hour. If we can really get some... Here's the space too. Look what I talked about as far as like the mistake I made. Okay, I should have waited for this mistake right here. Waiting for that gap. Do you see that gap in price action? Higher. We leave some space right here above the breaker. And then we come back down into... We don't touch the breaker, but we come into this fair value gap. And we tagged the exact midpoint of that candle. That would have been beautiful. That would have been... my entry. I probably would have it probably would have been entered somewhere around here. Because after I saw this, I probably would have taken it. Is this today's new day? No, that's not today's new day opening gap. That gave us so far 47 handles. There's a good chance this comes down to at least this level here. I'd want to see it do this. And if you guys notice, when you're doing your analysis like this, and you're not your analysis, but you're reviewing your losses, honestly, what this tells me, what this is telling me in the long term is that I'm going to take even less trades in the future. This is really what it's telling me, is like I need to be even more patient, which requires less trading and more sitting and waiting. This trade would be closed if we closed below this fair value gap. That's what I would want to do. If I was in this trade, this would be my last, I closed below this would be the last line of defense. And if we close below it, I'd be closing the trade. Stop would be at break even. I probably would have, I don't know if I would have taken a TP or not. You have this order block right there. Now, I'm going to throw something else out there. When we don't see this and it runs away without actually hitting my breaker, we could see price hit the breaker again and move higher. So this whole trade right here would be done with. Now I'm watching this to see if we respect this breaker again, because I can't tell you how many times I've seen price do this and then come back and do that again. Just sweeping that low barely. At this point, St. Christy, I'm not. Not right now. I think we're probably going to play inside this range for a little bit. And then maybe move lower. I just don't, I mean, once you get down to this point, stuff like this, and we've already hit major levels, meaning the daily fair value gap, how much lower could we go? I don't know. That's the question. And that's why it's so hard to try to take these extended long trades when you want to see it run all the way up here and you don't take anything. When you're in ranges like this, it's almost better to take partials or get your 20, 30 handles and close the trade altogether and not worry about trying to get a bigger run. Because I think the main target was here. We ran it here. You can see how aggressive and how intentional it was. Everything else has decided to do its gyrations whenever it wants to, with price action playing out inside of all of this. So your opportunity for these big extended runs are less probable, and it's probably a higher probability to get stopped out. So it's better to just take your 20, 30 handles and sell up here and get that 40 handles instead of it getting retraced all the way back to break even. So right now we just had that sweep of liquidity. My guess, if I was a betting man, I wouldn't be taking this trade personally, but I would look to find support here and it to run back up this direction. Overall, they've gone well today. I had 2 losses though, ash to dust. One I got into early, the other it wicked me out just barely, and then it ran. I mean, this trade here would have been to this low. It would have been an 80 handle move, easily an 80 handle move. And I didn't participate in any of it. Really, really disappointed. I'm having to sit in my disappointment right now. Part of me just wants to stay on stream because I know I won't allow my emotions to get the better of me when I'm on stream. It's when I'm by myself with nobody else around. That's when true character is revealed. That's when true character is revealed. Yeah, if we're going to make the lower lows, it's not going to be till noon. Noon or PM session. We will not make this lower low right now. I can guarantee you. We will not run the lows. If we're going to run the lows, it won't be until around this time. So you will see all this price action here, do stuff like this, and if we're going to run the low, it's going to be around noon. And if it doesn't happen around noon or shortly after it, it's probably not going to be until 2 o'clock. So even though you may see price doing this, like I said, it's going to do its gyration stuff and not actually hit these levels until these key times. So what did I say? We swept liquidity, and there's a good chance we may see a bounce. There's our tag of the breaker, and there's 20 handles it gave us. Like, these things, I'll tell you, if I'm honest with you, give me another 6 months of just watching this stuff like this and calling it out as I am, and I will be taking stuff like this to get these 10 handles, to get 10, 20 handles, because this happens a lot. I'm starting to see it more and more. It's like, hey, I'm going to run. I'm running. You know what? There's probably too many people a part of this move. So let's get everybody out and reload. That's how I feel. That's like if I was to put language, a storyline to the algorithm, that's what I think they're saying. They're like, okay, all right, guys, this is our signal to go higher. All right, we're going higher. All the smart money traders, time to go long. All right, I think we got too many retail people involved, so let's come back down. Smart money traders, get back in for another long. Here we go. Now, do we actually hit this high? I don't know. But it gave us 10 handles, 20 handles. And, all right, I want you guys to see this. I just saw it. This is crazy. All right, so here's my breaker, right? Remember how I said we should let space happen, and we have it happen right here? We see that space happen right here, right? But look at the low of this breaker. Look at this low. Look at the low of that breaker. Oh my gosh. The more I'm sitting here and watching this price action, the more I'm like, what am I doing? Look at these beautiful entries, and I took something too quick. That's what I'm thinking. All this in my mind, I'm thinking I was too quick in taking some of these trades. Do you see the precision of that? Do you see that? Look at that precision. Guys, that's a tick. That's a slap in the face. I want everybody to know this is algorithmic. Do you see? Guys, I'm down to the cents here. It's to the tick. So not only do we have our first opportunity here, we have our second opportunity right there. And look how much clearer it is compared to my first entry here that I took to try to thinking that it was just going to go like this. I thought it was going to do something like this. But it gave no space. No space. No space. I think that's going to be now a part of my rules. No space. If there's no space, no separation from the candles and the breaker, then I'm not going to take it. I think that's going to save me on some losses. This trade that I took right here, I don't regret it. I don't regret this trade. I'll take that loss every day. Meaning, I would take this trade every single day if it presented itself, and if I got stopped out, I get stopped out. But this trade right here, there was no separation from the candles and the breaker. We have the separation here. And then we have a retest right here for a beautiful move lower. And then it tags the breaker here, and then we get another. You're getting all this animated emotions because I have two losers. I have two losers on my hand. If you guys can't tell, this is my journaling right now. I'm just journaling with my emotions just expressing themselves. Good news is everything's logged out. I can't take a trade anywhere. Actually, nope, I'm not technically logged out. We're logging out of this account. Logged out. Thank you, Roberto. I appreciate it. Oh, I will get over this. This is really good for me to read all this price action. I mean, the longer you guys, have you noticed how long we've sat here? And the longer I sit here, the more clarity I'm seeing. This is what we need to do every day. This is why we backtest. This is why we practice. Because the longer we sit here, the more I'm seeing and the clearer it becomes. Yes, hindsight's 20/20, but now next time when I see this happening, I'm not going to let my emotions get really excited because I see an opportunity. I'm going to say, all right, I see an opportunity, but I need separation. Okay, no separation. I'm going to wait some more. Oh, we now have a breaker right here. I need separation. So we see all this price action here. If my eyes are right here, there's no separation for this breaker, right? If I see this and I'm like, oh, well, we have a higher one, we could use this as a breaker if we wick up to here because there's separation with it. That would be my entry. And then we see all of this price action. We see another opportunity here, two opportunities here, another opportunity there. It's just over and over again, we start seeing these things play out that just gives us more confidence next time to say, you know what? This doesn't look clean. This doesn't look clean. I'm going to wait. This looks cleaner. Let's take a stab at it. This looks amazing. Let's take a stab there. This looks amazing. Let's take a trade there. This one also. Let's take a try there. So when we are seeing all this price action right here and we're feeling the FOMO, it was right around here that I said I feel like I need to see more price action, more structure for me to give me confidence. So we missed this inversion to the upside. We called that trade, but I didn't take it. But this is where we start seeing more structure. It just takes more time. It just requires us to sit and be patient way longer. Adzi, what's up? Had 2 losing trades today, Adzi. Had 2 losers. Unfortunately, they were trades that, looking back, I could have done way better on some of these. Look how this breaker's though playing out. It's still playing out nicely. I still would be targeting this level right here. I did minis and micros. So all my accounts that were, I have a certain level for my accounts. If they're above a certain level, I'll move them to a single mini or 10 micros. And then for anything that's below a certain level, I only do 5 micros. But unfortunately, because of those 2 losses, my accounts, individual accounts, are down like $300 per account. It was not a good day. It's subjective. It really is subjective. Anything in drawdown is going to be 5 micros. If I'm in drawdown, 5 macros is the minimum or the maximum. If I have a cushion, $1,500 in cushion, I'll move to a single mini or 10 micros. And then my goal is when I get my accounts, when I have my funded accounts over 54,000, I'll move to two minis. I haven't been able to do that yet, unfortunately. Because I've taken trades, I've taken payouts. I usually have been taking payouts when I hit 54,000. I'll take a $1,000 payout. So I don't get really above that 54 very often. But as I become more consistent and I see more growth, even though I'm taking payouts at 54,000, I should be able to build back up in that $54,000 level faster. Apex is what I use, Roberto. The code is it's 80% off right now if you're interested in checking out Apex, and it's you can use the code DTJ. It's down in the link. It's down in my description and tagged in the chat or pinned at the top. But I like Apex simply because I can copy 20 accounts. It's only $29 for a 25K account and $33 for a 50K account. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm getting paid. As long as you follow the rules, you get paid. The things that you, the reason why you see all that, the thing that you don't see from all these traders that complain about Apex is you don't see how they trade. And that is the issue. And 99% of the reason traders don't get paid out is because they broke the 30% consistency rule or the 30% drawdown rule. They're like, I didn't break any rules. I didn't break any rules and I'm not getting paid out. No, you broke a rule. You broke a rule. You may not want to admit it. Maybe you're not even paying close enough attention to your drawdown, but you broke a rule. So you're not going to get paid out. So here's what happened to me. I got denied on one trade. I got denied on a payout. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to follow my rules. Followed my rules. I'm green. I take another payout 8 days later. I get denied again. And I'm like, what the heck? This is not okay. What the heck is the issue here? So I emailed them and I found out the issue. They told me. And I don't know why I don't see this anywhere else. I keep telling myself I'm going to make a video on this, and I keep not doing it. Maybe I'll make it today. But the reason why they didn't get paid out the second time is because when you are denied and you're on your next 8-day cycle, when you are taking a payout on that next 8-day cycle, your request needs to be only from the profits from that 8-day cycle. So let's just say you collectively made $500 in the new 8-day cycle and you didn't break any rules. If you request $1,000 because your account is up and you can take a bigger payout, the problem is because you only made $500 here, they're going to look back to the cycle previous to your current 8-day cycle and take money from this period of time. And if you broke a rule in this period of time, you'll be denied on the whole request. So traders, when you have a denial and you're on your new 8-day cycle, you have to only take a payout based on the profits you make in your new 8-day cycle. After you get that approval, it erases all of your denials and you can take the max withdrawal. But so many people, this is where the complaining, I didn't break a rule, on their new 8-day cycle, but they're requesting $2,000 when they only made $500 on that new 8-day cycle, thinking that they're going to be able to still get that money that they broke the rules on. No, you can't. They won't let you. You have to erase the denial by getting an approval. And so the best way to get an approval is by taking the smallest payout possible, $500. That's the lowest number you can take, is $500. So you take $500 that was created on your new 8-day cycle, and then it erases your previous denial from the previous cycle. And then on your next 8-day cycle, as long as you're not breaking any rules, you can take the max payout you want. Yeah, they denied you $14K because you broke a rule. Or your request was from a previous denial because you were requesting too large of an amount. That is the issue. I promise you, if you follow the rule like I'm describing, you will get your payouts. That's just how it works. All right, we're going to call it a day, folks. We're going to call it a day. We'll be back here tomorrow. God bless, stay safe, and we will see you then tomorrow at 9:15. If you want to check out Apex, use the code DTJ, and we will see you all tomorrow. God bless. Take care.